Good morning, everyone. Mic check. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Um, Thumbs up if you can hear me okay. Good morning, Trevor. How are you? So happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Pinky Who Art's live painting sessions where I share my latest and the greatest with you guys, and I guess all the oopsies as well, and as well as my watercolor and gouache techniques if you are an artist who would like to learn more about that, or you can just come and enjoy this handcraft art making process. I have relaxing music on, so I think it's pretty relaxing. I hope you had a wonderful week. I have a new painting here. I'm continuing with my Chinese zodiac series where I'll be going through all the 12 animals and kind of little challenge, like challenge myself because I don't usually paint animals, and I have started, and it's been pretty incredible. Um, if you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit that subscribe, follow, share with somebody you think you'll enjoy this content as well, and jump in the chat. Let me know. Let me know what you think. Let me know you're watching. I would really appreciate that. I do have my paintings up from my last session. I promised that I was gonna build a collection out of the one I like better. So I kind of made my choice today by the art that I have started. But if the popular opinion is leaning towards the other way, I don't mind switching gear whatsoever. So just let me know. Hi, Weez! Been a long time. How are you today? You like number two? Which one's number two? Number one, or are you talking about the number two? But yeah, let me get up and close to show you guys what have we done the last couple weeks, do a little comparison, and then I'll show you my new painting with you guys today. All right. So this is my this is a painting I did the week before. So this, I guess, technically is a number one, where we have. So this year is Year of the Horse. For those of you guys who didn't know, in the Chinese zodiac, this year is the Year of the Horse. So I started with a horse first. We have this white horse, and sunflower is a flower for the horses apparently. And I have my little orbit here with a little red envelope holding at her tip and offering the horse a little sunflower to eat. I do think they eat flowers, right? So this is number one technically, and then I have my number two here, which I really like, but I'll show you guys my reason. I like both paintings. I'm talking about stream likes. I was okay. Yay! Thank you, Luis. Number two is awesome. So what was that? Okay, so this is the one I just finished, like last night, yesterday. I started this painting last week. So we have a little horse, a white horse here with this my girl kind of leaning on the horse, petting it gently. And we have a little orbit here sitting on a sunflower, watching them, knees tucked in. I thought it was cute. And then we have these sunflowers on the side. And then I brought some of the yellow to her dress on the side. I had a great time painting her dress actually. So it was like she kind of is wearing a like a Mandarin color traditional Asian Chinese top, but I modified it so she is wearing like a bow sash, which is very Western, and then a very bloomy kind of sleeve, which is very Western, I guess. This is a very dreamy painting, so I'll tell you my reason that think I'm gonna build a collection off of this one, because I feel like this painting is more about the animal and how we feel about the animal. Whereas this one, because the girl is in the painting, you kind of can't help it but feel like she is the center of the focus. So that was kind of my reason. I think I'm going to build a series out of this painting because I want the animals to be a focus. So yeah, let me know what you guys think. I think this one might be good to sit with a collection that was about, the women, the quiet inner lives that we have and whatnot. Okay, let's see. Do I have angry chats? Happy chats? Let's see. Okay, Trevor said he likes both. So I know, Trevor, you're just so kind. I appreciate that. But yeah, I do think, like I said, I'm going to build a collection out of the first one because I feel like it's more about the animal, you know? So though I think that the second one turned out really great. But yeah, let me know. I think the second painting I might have it sit with my, that fashion collection I started but haven't quite finished. I know there are collections I do start and don't finish because sometimes in the process you just kind of like, I don't know what to continue, and it's okay. I find that it's okay to quit. Um, but so because of that, I have my second painting or the second animal, which I have a list. So second animal is for next year. It is the year of the goat. So for all the goats out there, literal and non-literal, I wish you a happy year next year, which I'm sure I'll talk about next year. And for this one, the goat's flower is carnation according to the internet, because I think goats are just like such a gentle, kind animal. And I looking at this painting, I can't help but feeling a little, almost feel like it's a little biblical. I don't know, when we get the goat, I mean, I guess goats kind of look similar like the lamb, but goats have horns. I actually didn't know. I had to look it up. um I can't help but feel like there's a bit of biblical sense happening. So we'll see how I'll try not to. Oh, I guess it's okay. We'll see where this painting takes us. But I promise that I'll do more orbits in my painting. So this one, I have two. One is holding a lantern, a little nod to the Chinese culture. One is holding a lantern, standing up, kind of talking to the goat, and the other one is kind of crying on the floor. So this whole scene, I started thinking about, oh, maybe these two orbits are traveling through the wilderness, got lost, and came upon a goat asking for directions. And he's just so kind and smiling and trying to help them out. So we're in the middle of that. Let me know what you guys think. But I guess, oh shoot. Oh man, I did not even switch my camera over. So sorry. You guys should have told me. Okay, let's look at these paintings again. Now you can see it on a bigger painting. Okay, okay, now it's better. Sorry, you guys are just staring at my back. Okay, here we go. Here is a painting. This is the one I finished started last week with a girl kind of gently caressing the horse with the sunflowers kind of framing the side, and I did a little bit of texture, more abstract texture. I've been really enjoying painting these abstract shapes, inspired by a artist on the internet. Well, she's a real artist, gallery artist, but her name is Su Tian Yao, if you guys know. But she has these incredible abstract watercolors that I absolutely love and would love to learn from that. So this is a painting. But yeah, it's more, I feel like more about the girl and the horse, and then this is the one I'm painting. But you guys saw this one last week, so it's not a surprise. I'm gonna build a collection out of this one. And then we have my goat painting of a little orbit. Okay, I'm not gonna repeat myself, but yeah, now you can see better. Anyway, so let's jump right into it, yeah? And if you guys are just checking this out, don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, and thank you, Weeth, being the number 2 like. As you can see, I started painting. I did very carefully surround my subjects with the um, masking fluid, especially the goat, because goats. Their skin, their fur is like, not fine. It's kind of coarse and like chunky. I realized like I did want to preserve that feeling. And then this one I did too. I started painting the I started painting the background already, so we'll continue with that. And And oh boy, I was looking at references for carnations, and because this whole series, I am painting something that's kind of set in the stone. So I'm kind of forcing myself to paint things that I don't usually paint, things that maybe avoid in the past. But because of this, I feel like I'm getting a good challenge that I'm kind of venturing into new areas that I think will be absolutely great for my art. So yeah, I was just saying carnations. They are very detailed flowers with many, many petals. So I'm kind of nervous about painting them when I was drawing them. So I don't know how lit of yeah, we'll see how they go. I did try to simplify as much as I can, but yeah. We'll see how they go. So let's get started. I did the little bit of wash here already. I haven't done this. I tried to do this morning, but I ran out of time. So we'll continue this area. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, any thoughts on my paintings and all that stuff, feel free to jump in the chat. Oh shit. Oops. Did I break my camera just now? Okay. I don't want to jinx it, but I don't want to break my camera because buying these cameras are quite expensive. But I do want a new camera though, a better one. Okay, I'm gonna set my camera right here. And for those who are just joining me, would be appreciated if you can give me a like, follow, subscribe, whatever. And I do want to show you my desk, all the paint palettes I started using. So this Kuretake paint palette I just opened. They're brand new. I haven't even done all the color swatchings yet, but I'm absolutely in love with all the color options. Almost too many. And I have a small one, so I'm gonna try to finish this one first. And then I have my Hoban tube colors like kind of scattered all over the place. And then I have my Gouache palettes, which we will use in a bit. Gouache brushes. Okay. I show that side of the desk sometimes, but not always. So if you saw that, lucky you. Okay. All right. I am going to carefully. Carnation has a lot of small edges and jagged edges, so I'm gonna carefully kind of go around it. Try not to make the edges too messy. Okay, so painting this whole series. Oh, and also everyone, I am getting ready to launch my Enchanted Mushroom series that I finished in January and February. So if you guys would like to be the first one to know, you can join my mailing list. The link is in the description. Or DM me. I'll give you the deets. I think I'm gonna be launching it. I'm getting ready, prepping all the listing and all that stuff that comes with listing and artwork. But it will be in the next couple weeks. So I am carefully glazing all the in-between spaces now. I was telling myself I think finishing this 12 Animals of Zodiac, because this will be, if I will finish it, but it's gonna take a little bit of perseverance, because 12 pieces of painting will be the most amount of painting I've done in one collection. But it is also, I think, a very classic, timeless one. Once I have it up, hopefully it'll, continue to attract my collectors in different years. And would love to know what your Chinese zodiac sign is, if you know that. If not, you can probably find out in a quick Google. And Trevor, thank you for the review in my Etsy shop. Those prints in that frame looks great. I'm just especially happy about the quality of the frame that you got. Because I did a lot of research on different providers. Not all of them are created equal. Okay. All right, I better start painting before this area dries. I always do this. I would try to glaze the whole thing, but then, as I glaze one side, the other side dries. Okay. But yeah, how's everyone's week been? This is so in Utah, we're having a record spring temperature. It's been just so hot for the spring, just right off the bat. The snow is melting very fast here, so I didn't really get much skiing in this year, I feel like. But we're also a little worried about the summer because we usually will get our water from the snowpack, but now the snowpack is melting so early and so fast, so early in the spring that we're a little worried about our water in the summer, but hopefully it will rain a lot. We'll see. For this whole collection, I'm approaching it like I'm gonna paint what is needed and then figure out how to do it later. Because I usually, if you're an artist, there's two ways to approach this, right? Usually you can paint what you can and, paint or create things within your skill set limits. That's one way to do it. And the other way would be to stretch your skills to paint the thing that you want to paint. I don't think either way is better or worse, just different ways. And I might find myself approach things both ways, depending on how I feel, depending on what I'm working on, depending on my self-esteem at that moment, maybe. So like I mentioned earlier, for this series, I'm kind of challenging myself to kind of decide what I want to paint and then figure out how to do it later. And if you guys have any questions about my techniques, supplies I'm using, what's my worries in life, I don't know. Feel free to ask. See these edges, I also know that lovely new good. I don't. I try to make all my animals as cute as possible because I don't think not all these animals are like traditionally known as cute, right? Like. This kind of teal green, cool green color mixed as the how to say the mid-tone, the grounding color. I did start adding some blues to cool it down in some areas, and then probably some yellows to brighten it up some other areas. Maybe get through the background. It's probably not the most exciting thing to watch. But absolutely necessary step. Okay, so I think it's mostly covered. I did mention that I've been experimenting with some more abstracted way of painting, and I really, really, really hope I can start injecting some of that in my painting without completely losing myself, I guess, because it's also very easy to, I know some, artists do it, but I'm trying not to, because then I will never find my own style, because I can always find something else to do. I like my style, which is very surreal and dreamy, so I'm trying to incorporate some more abstract element into it. Without losing that surreality. Surreality, is that a word? Always for today, I'm trying to use a bit of more saturated color, because I always make them too light. Then I had to go back and rewash some areas, which is pain in the butt. So I'm trying to not do that, but no guarantee. So, like I said, watercolor always dries lighter than you think it does. So these two orbits are kind of standing there, so I'm kind of making like this is the ground and then up and above. Another ground, thank you. Trevor, is it getting cooler where you are now? Are you ready for the winter? I'm also learning to paint more loosely. I think it's been good for me. Oh, okay, sure. So yeah, you can see I'm adding some of that navy blue into the green to push back the value in the areas that I want to be darker. All the while trying to remind myself to not blend. It's always something that I say, hello, W2 tax form. I'm sure your favorite season is coming up. The taxes due. Or should I say the least favorite season. But welcome. You love watercolor even though you suck at it. I love watercolor. I can't say I'm trying to get better at it. Watercolor is very spiritual to me. I say it all the time on my live that the quality of water is very, very, very meditative. And last week we talked about the Bruce Lee quote, be like water, which just, it's the saying, like you adapt and you go with the flow. And that's what life is all about. But yeah, welcome. You're expecting snow in a few days? That seems early for snow too. I mean, this global weather just all out of whack this year. What is going on? Do you usually get snow this early, or it's more like July and August time frame? Okay, see, this is like immediately darker. I'm pushing these back. And I'd say it all the time. Once you get the hang of watercolor is actually probably the easiest cut form in some ways, because the water does half of the job for you. I can just like dab, 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 and then the water just spreads and takes a shape of its own and mind of its own, and then it becomes something awesome. get some of these background colors in. When do I want? Yeah, I'm gonna try to work the background to as much, not finish. I know I won't be able to just finish it like this, but push it as far as we can. Then we'll start working on the florals. I am pretty excited about painting the carnation buds because I always had like a thing for carnation buds, but it seems hard. It's rare for this time of year. I know, I thought that seems a little early. Yeah, like I said, this world is going to shed. We'll YOLO while we can. And for those of you who are just joining me, if you want to take a look at the pink hair, take a look at the paintings I finished last week, let me know. I'll just get up and close. Beautiful face on the go. Thank you. I love the face. It's like a very gentle and happy go right now, which is what I want to keep. I guess you can't really make a goat's face angry, but it's like a very happy goat. So I hope when after I paint it, it keeps that way. Add some brown here, some dirt patches maybe. Yeah, I'm really enjoying. How do I say this? I feel like I'm truly starting to get into the storytelling of my orbets, right? Before now I'm looking back at my orbets from last year. We're like just new to the party, so there's a lot that I had to work out. But now I'm kind of incorporating them into the story, and that I think is gonna make all the difference. Got some brown here. Maybe some brown here, just to bring it up. I'm purposely using this oval brush today because I noticed I was using my round brushes pretty much the whole, maybe last time I started using this brush, because I forget that I have this brush, and this is like this oval shape is actually one of my favorite shapes. You over, of course. Thank you. Yeah, there's so much I want to do with the orbits. This is all on my list. I won't spoil it. I won't. I'll keep the surprise coming of what I'm planning to do or what will happen. I also don't want to say something that I can't do, and then I'm in this conundrum. So that the flower will truly pop later. Maybe I should start getting into the flowers now so that I know what's what with my background. And if any artists are watching, I wonder, do you guys always, well, I also wonder if other artists will like always start paintings the same way, or like depends on how you feel that day. For me, it's definitely more depending on how I feel. If I feel like the foreground seems like easier to do, then I'll probably do that first. Um, but today I feel like the flowers are kind of freaking me out. So maybe I'm opting for the easier things first. But because of my, what should I call it? The masking fluid on, I'm not as concerned. I can just kind of make a mess and it'll be okay. And Trevor, you will know this, but so Caroline and I've been talking. I think we might be shutting down our spaces for Web3 Wednesday and our spaces. It's just, I think we all have separate projects we're pursuing now, and it kind of doesn't make sense anymore, which is kind of a big moment for both of us, I feel like. Just, the Web3 world has been such a big part of our lives for, I guess, not that long in the grand scheme of things, but it was pretty all-consuming for a bit. Okay. So yeah, I am definitely focusing on my art and my live streaming more now. Also, usually I kind of keep all my paper dimension to one size for different collections. But for this one, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna experiment with different paper sizes. Why restrict myself? So there's something feels more free this way. Okay. Pull back. All right. We kind of cut. Ooh. I love the background, how it's starting to look and feel. I think I want to add a little bit of more acid green here. And then we're gonna move on to the carnations, which I'm so scared to paint. Okay, so I looked at pictures of carnations. I probably should have bought some real carnations for me to look at as reference, but there are just so many petals and edges within each carnation. Sad to see it go, I know. I still have people, commenting on my own podcast, my spaces from a couple years ago. It's always very bittersweet to say goodbye to something, but after saying goodbye so many times, you also know that with each goodbye, there's a new beginning. So I'm excited for her and the things that she's gonna do. And I'll always have this space to come to live streaming. I don't think I'm gonna stop live streaming. I was thinking the other day, it's like, what if, I wonder how many streamers on YouTube and Twitch have been live streaming for like 10 years plus since the beginning. Actually, I don't know. Has they been exist for that long? And what does that look like? If I keep on going for like 10 years, which seems like impossible long for me right now to think about, but I wonder what that would look like. Where my art would be, how I would be as a person. Hello! Oh, you love goats. Surviving. You're surviving. I'm glad you're surviving. Welcome. You love goats. I'm so glad to hear that. This is my first time painting goat. I looked at a lot of reference and I have a young daughter, so we see them all the time, and I live in a pretty rural area, so people have like sheep and goats in the yard actually. I don't know if I shared that before, but they're just so cute to look at. And like if you we have a like a farming petting zoo place, you go and they'll just like go up to you, you feed them, they hang out with you, they bite at you. They're just so cute. But I'm glad. Um, so yeah, I am challenging myself to paint 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac. So I finished my horse painting in the back. If you guys want to see it, let me know. And today I'm exploring goat. And these are my signature creatures. They're flower creatures. And my little goat, she's crying. She's holding a lantern. They're talking to the goat. Maybe the goat is, telling them directions and comforting them. But I love the composition of this one. And so far it's been good. So let's hope it keeps going that way. I share with my art friends that we kind of never know how we feel about a piece until it's done. Because there's just so many opportunities for mess up, and there's no control Z like in digital art. Okay, I'm just gonna leave. I love how messy, quote unquote, it is. It's not though. Okay, where should we start? I love the colors. Thank you. Oh, let me pull back so you can kind of see the whole thing. I shared in the beginning that because I'm painting a goat, that's like, doing a act of kindness. I can't help but thinking that, oh my gosh, this painting is like taking on a biblical kind of thing. I don't know if anybody who's Christian here that the lamb and the goat significance in the Bible. If you do, please share with me. I haven't had the time to look up, but I have. So according to the internet, the flower that comes with a goat is, or signifies a goat, symbolizes the goat is carnation. Super hard flower to paint. I think I am going to start with these ones here because they are in the foreground. So I want to make these the most detailed, and then kind of slowly making them more abstract in the back. So kind of push your eyes in. Okay, let me set my camera right here. So surviving, I'm so happy to hear that you're surviving. And are you an artist too, or you just love art stuff? Okay, let's see. I'm totally like stalling right now. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I have really strict parents and I think I just heard the doorbell ring. I gotta go. Oh, I'll be cooked. I'll come back if possible. Oh, no worries. No worries. I'll be here. Okay. So we have two full balloon ones, one kind of half balloon on the side, and some little buds. But I think I'm going to start with the buds just to warm up. I'm such a chicken. Okay, so let me change to some smaller brushes. And I think the color I want to use to contrast with the green, the color is going to be pinks and reds. I usually like to do pretty muted colors. So I'm gonna mix a mixture. I do love painting. I like painting birds. Oh, birds. I have not tried to paint birds myself, but I know that's probably it's a very popular genre. The only bird that's in the Chinese zodiac is a chicken, a rooster. So I'll get to it. So do that with the stem. This is a good size, I think. Oh, I also had this thought that because I do my dot as texture so much that I should just like take an old brush and cut the tip and then I can just like stamp it. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. This is okay. And for those who are just joining me, coming across my stream for the first time, I am working on a 12 animals of Chinese zodiac. This is animal number 2. I just did horse because this year is the year of the horse. So I got a while to go. I've got a while to go. So first layer, I usually like to do a wet on wet. I'm gonna glaze these buds first. Then drop in this red paint. Let's get up closer. Once this is dry, then I'm gonna paint the sepal of the flower. I was working on, so for my orbets, there are, these eyeball flower creatures, right? And I had this urge because I was trying to describe them in my art description, and then I was like, you know what? I should create an anatomy of orbets. So I was sketching that, and I had to look up all the flower parts and the names of them. So the wrapping, the green part that wraps the flower bud is called a sepal, sepal, S-E-P-A-L, sepal. Somebody help me with pronunciation. But we're gonna let that dry before I get into the bottom part. Okay, I guess I can't really avoid doing this, so let's get to it. So carnation flowers have jagged edges, and their petals are like really tight together. You can't really see the center part, the fragments, and what I call the fragments and the stigma, the style in the middle, because they're just like so covered. So I didn't paint that, but we do have these petals I'm gonna deal with. Okay, here we go. I guess I'll do from inside out. Also, I just realized because there's so many petals, and I have to paint them one by one. It might take a minute. Oh, you know what I also just realized? The petals are so tight together. Maybe I should not paint them petal by petal. Have a brush loaded with paint, and then this is just a clean brush that I have water loaded, and I use this to kind of spread and blend the paint. don't know if all artists do this, but this is kind of what I do. So the center of the flowers are tighter, so it's darker, and then kind of spreads out towards the edges. They should be lighter. Just relax. I am totally kind of talking myself through this right now. So it's perfect for live stream. You can just hear me ramble about my own thoughts. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, wonderings, let me know. And mom, if you're watching, hi. Guess the upside about these crazy petals that I don't think I gotta do too much for it to look awesome. Because you got two ways, right? You can either it's simple shape, which I find out with my mushroom series that they're simple shapes, but you kind of need to do a lot with textures and different colors, shadows, and lights to make it look interesting. But then when you have something that has a lot of shape, then that kind of would dominate. In the center. Oh, and today I did my watercolor paper stretching in the most elegant and life-saving way. See, I'm just getting better at wrestling with papers now. If you work with watercolor, you know that the paper warping is one of the biggest, most annoying issues with watercolor. And while I was doing my research, it seems that even really professional artists also deals with this. People who are doing that for a long time still deals with this. But I think slowly I am finding ways to deal with it that works for me. So today what I did different was that I only wetted the back side of the paper. So I sprayed the back side, spread it, left the front side dry, and then I turn around using this orange tape, which is the best tape I found for this purpose, because the tape doesn't stick on wet surface. So because the back side is wet, the front side is still dry, I'm able to secure the paper onto the desk while the back side is still slightly damp. And then while I'm securing it, I'm pulling, because it's damp, it's like you can pull a little bit. So as I was securing it with the tape, I'm pulling the corners taut. So that actually ended up with a really flat piece of paper without having to do too much. So that was a nice discovery. But I also noticed that different size paper also kind of does that differently. So I will have to probably experiment with a larger piece of paper in the same way and see if that still works. And if it does, then that's gonna be my go-to process. I am just continually discovering new go-to processes. Stunning bars, thank you. I'm trying really hard to not overdo it, but also not messing it up right now. wet on dry. See how that goes. Cool. Don't love it. Annie, what's your favorite flower? Anyone who's watching and wants to jump in the chat, let me know. And I'm wondering if that corresponds with your zodiac animal. I'm like really annoyed I had to wait for it to dry to do those two petals. Part of me is like maybe I should just paint over it and then go over a second layer later, but I'm gonna add a little bit of blue now for this petal right here. Because it's under and it's kind of in the shades. These flowers always take me longer than I think it's gonna take me. Oops. What's my patience doing? Roses! I'm trying to remember. I think roses is actually the flower I'm going to paint for the year of the dog. So I like all the spring flowers like tulips, lilies, daffodils. Something magical about them. They sprout in the spring. It's like that first welcome sign that winter's over. And also their color is just so brilliant. I guess rose's color is also very brilliant too. But roses are considered bushes, right? Like bush flowers. Okay, I don't want to overwork this. I'm gonna let all this dry first and then go in with my second wash. Yeah, it's good. So many different types, hard to choose. Well, I guess we can all agree that flowers are awesome. So these I'm painting petal by petal. I am wondering for the ones that's in the back if I should just paint like shades by shades instead. You like daffodils too. Yay! Daffodils are so fun. They're actually all over my neighborhood right now. Because spring just came so early this year. But I guess March is when they actually bloom, typically. But usually when they bloom, I always remember it being like it's still kind of cold. And then you see daffodil, you're like, oh yay, spring's coming. But this year it's already like 80 degrees in March. So I'm wondering. So like you see daffodil, it's like, oh yeah, spring. It's been here. Guess that doesn't I appreciate them just as much, I guess. The centers lighter. And then this area is probably lighter. I am just using different values of the same color right now, but I do realize I'll probably slowly adding different colors to differentiate the petals more. Like this, I'm saying that because I really maybe I'll add a bit more warmer red on the top, like top here to pop it up. We'll see. This red color I'm using, or pinkish color, salmon-y pink, is a mixture of a vermilion red and a crimson lake. So it's cool and warm red at the same time. I also just add a tiny bit of cool blue to this one. I'm always trying to wondering if there's like a shortcut I can have so that this will happen faster, but so far I have not found shortcuts, but I have found that I am painting faster just because of the repetition I have, cycles of painting I have done. It's no shortcut to art, I guess. I do like carnations too. I noticed that they are the flower that lasts the longest in the vase. So it's a resilient flower. They last for weeks, it seems. Or some flowers, they'll wilt after, a week or so. A bit of darker red with, darker red with blue in the center here, maybe a little bit here. Okay. Stop blend that. Like a little bit of that vermilion red to these two petals. I think I'm gonna do that here too. Wasn't this like super red earlier? See, when it dries, the paper kind of absorbs the paint. If there's not enough heat in the water, then it becomes super pale. Okay, so I let this dry and then go back in with my second wash to do the highs and lows. And then I think for these flowers, my second wash is gonna be a pretty dry wash. We'll see how it goes. Love the color, thank you. Super pale. Also, these these edges of the water pool also totally reminds me of the edges of these flowers anyway, so yeah, okay, see how I can utilize that. I think the biggest difference between when I first started painting watercolor till now is my patience. um Whoa, this is kind of crazy here. My patience for painting has definitely increased immensely. And even like I look back to a few years before I started painting watercolor. I feel like I will be going crazy right now with these, but still good. We're still hanging on. I just did watercolor number 2 out of a lot of other ones. Okay, we'll leave that be. We'll try and go in. Let's do this one. For this one, I added a little bit of brown just so it's like further back, pushing it back a little bit more. this warmer color this side. I think with flowers that have bigger petals, I definitely notice I'm way more careful with the edges. With these carnations, I'm pretty loose with the edges. There's just so many edges that I think the details how to achieve in a different way. Let's add some cool red here, maybe. Enough. More red. I guess I'm going clockwise, so my hand doesn't interfere with the drying process. Okay. And if you're new to my life, you might not know, but I work mostly with watercolor, but I do mixing gouache as during my second and third layer. So what you see now is a very kind of pale, watery watercolor, and then as I get more details in, I add more gouache in, so the color gets more intense as we go. Yes, I could still probably achieve the same way with watercolor, but I just find it's easier to do it with gouache because the color is just so much more intense. Faster for me. I guess that's my little shortcut. So I still consider myself a watercolor artist, but I do use gouache. Too brown. Let's add some more red back in. I can't wait to paint the goat. But I guess today I am starting with flowers. See, today I'm creating a reverse. I started with like the background first and then get into the secondary layer, which is flowers, and then I'm probably gonna get into the goat and the main subject in the middle. Other times I do the opposite. I start with the subject and then slowly go out. But if I get tired of painting one thing, I want to switch it around. I guess I can always do that. I have that option. Preserve some of that light in this area. These are pretty big. But I definitely noticed myself getting more loose with it, so that's good. The front flowers are tighter, more clean, more detailed, and then when it gets to the back, they are more loose. Wondering if I should just glaze the whole thing. Okay. Like these dramatic spreads. That's always exciting when I get to achieve this. Jacket edge, jacket edge. Oof. Thank you. I was pretty hesitant about if I want to do red carnation or if I want to do like a colorful thing, because carnation do come in many different colors. But then I stopped myself from thinking about going down the route of multicolor carnations because I think that might be too crazy for the overall effect. Also, it might be too hard to manage. So I kind of opt for the contrasting color with the grass. But I think this pink and red is something you commonly see. I see carnation, yellow carnations pretty often, but mostly red and pink. Zigzag, zigzag. That was pretty not bad. If this is she is definitely enter the ugly girl phase right now. I joke about this all the time that every painting inevitably gets into that ugly girl phase before it like grows out its teenage years. Uh, how do I feel about these red here? I think it was too wet, maybe. But with watercolor, as long as it's still a little bit damp, you do have a little bit of room to blend, a little bit of window. It doesn't change too dramatic. Okay, I'm gonna leave that be before I make it worse. Colors come in so many different color styles, even the same type. Yes, it does. Which, I think I've said this before, which kind of makes painting flower pretty forgiving because, uh, as long as you get the general shapes right, it looks like that flower, which is kind of what I'm telling myself right now with these carnations. It also has, I guess also there's different kind of carnations. Some of the petals like fans, some are straight. So I definitely opt for the easier one. My goat has a masking tape on, which is I think also why I'm painting it last because I don't want to peel it off until when I absolutely have to. Oh, hello. Hello, Crimson. How are you? And Vanessa, you guys came at the same time. Hello, how are you? Toyota twin. What does that mean? Um, Hi guys. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a good day. Um, oh yeah, why I have you guys here, I'll show you guys what I did. The one I finished last week, and I'll tell you a little bit about this painting here. I'm painting the second animal of the zodiac, which is the goat. And I can't help but feel like this little bit of like biblical thing happening because the lamb, the goat is you see those imagery so much in our pop culture. I'm not a religious person, so it wasn't intended to be that way. But I think it's cool that it is that way. Okay, hold on. Let me show you guys what we did last week. So this is a painting I started with you guys, finished it. Hi, I'm doing great. I did some backyard cleanup. Felt good. Oh, that's awesome. I've been doing that backyard thing all week. There's always more weeds to pull. Oh yeah, so this is the painting I finished from last week. She is kind of peacefully leaning into the horse with all the sunflowers around her, and my little orbit sitting on a sunflower, like clutching her knees, looking at them. And then I brought some of that yellow to her dress here so it looks more balanced. I don't know why I didn't do any flowers here. And horse is white, so I didn't have to do too much to it. And then this was the one that we finished the week before. So I was explaining that, remember last week I did mention I was gonna see which one I like better to build a collection off of. Um, Breathtaking, love that painting. Oh, breathtaking, I love that. Thank you, Vanessa. But yeah, I decided to build my collection off of the first painting because I feel like it's more about the animal. The second one turned out great, but I can't help but think the whole painting is about the girl, and that's not what I wanted. So I think I'm gonna have this painting maybe sit with a different collection where it is about the girl, and then continue building my 12 animals of zodiac with the animal focused situation. Um, but yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out though. It's very dreamy and surreal. Okay. And then today I am painting some goats with carnation. And I've been just chatting all day saying how hard it is to paint these carnation flowers because there's so much edges and details. But we'll make it happen slowly but surely. Um, but yeah, we're talking backyard. But yes, I actually love doing yard work because it's very um it's like soothing. I don't know if that word is soothing the word. Maybe it's there's something about the physicalness, physical labor part, just like it's invigorating, maybe that's the word. But uh, I'm also realizing my OCD makes me so mad because there's always more weeds that just growing everywhere overnight, it seems. And then this year, because it's been so warm here, they're just getting out of control. And I don't want to spread. I try to use not the weed killer because did you guys know that weed killers are like so bad for the environment and so bad for our own health? So I try not to use weed killer. So I'm just using blunt force to like pull it out of my hand. But yeah, weed killers, super bad for you. It was so nice to be outside. We'll have rain tomorrow. Oh, I hope you mow your grass if they're growing already. Apparently, that's something you had to do before rain, so the grass soaks up all the water. Ah, things I'm learning living in Utah. I think I did share that I was, city girl growing up in a very crowded city in China. So it's, concrete jungle. Then I was in DC and then I was in Los Angeles. So all big cities until recently. So I just had to learn a lot about yards and nature and those things. But I think it's been great for me. Been great for the mental health part, been great about appreciating nature. And one of the biggest things I noticed is 50 or 55 reasons. I'm so glad. Yes. Maybe you and your grandson can go play in the rain or something. I know my daughter loves to have an umbrella and rain boots in the rain. Sometimes she put on a swimsuit just to, to be in the water. But yeah, she loves it. But yeah, I was saying that being closer to nature kind of it's de-stressing because it makes you realize some of the human problems we worry about day to day is just pretty insignificant. And I think that gives you perspective, and that's good. Oh, this is so hard. But also fun, yes. I don't know if your son watches Peppa Pig, but there's an episode called puddles, and they all jump in different kind of puddles, and the British sound the puddles, and they Sorry. And then they describe like how it feels to jump in different kind of puddles, and it's awesome. Maybe that could be a learning activity for your grandson. If you jump to a muddy puddle and what that feels like. When you jump in a puddle full of leaves, what does it feel like? Yes, my daughter was obsessed with that for a while. It just made me think of that. Um, because I'm an artist, and I study art. One of the biggest things I learned was to do critiques of your own work and other work, and be able to other people's work, and be able to describe the things you like and you don't like. And now that I'm in the real world, I realize that it's kind of a skill that not a lot of people have. I think I think everyone know what they like and what they don't like, but very few people can like exactly describe why they like something, the exact reason. And I think that's maybe something that I was really awesome that I learned in art school and study architecture and all that stuff. So why I bring it up, I'm trying to ask my daughter to do that. Every time she says she likes something or she enjoy something, I force her to describe exactly why. And I notice that the more she does it, the more it's like it becomes easier for her. And I think that'd be so good. I should put that on for him. He used to, too cute. He should put that for him. Yeah. Uh, yeah, sidetracked. I don't know why I brought that up. um, okay. I'm totally like losing patience with this area, so I'm just gonna do this. But without completely like let go of the structure, I am going to carefully drop in some flowers in the center, paint color in the center of these petals, and hope they'll spread nicely and organically. And Vanessa, did you have a long day of work? Are you home now, or you had some other things this morning? I think I'm going to just let this be for now. I do like the dreamy, like the very, how do I describe that? Ethereal, the very dreaminess of it right now. But it's also very incomplete to me. Oh my gosh, guys. Once I get through this painting of these carnations, I feel like I'll be a master at flowers. This might be the hardest flower I ever painted. Holy cow. Even roses, they have like these, pretty curvy leaves. That's easy to organize, but damn. I should put that on him. I have a hard time articulating that too. Yeah, it's definitely articulating like why you like something. It's definitely a learned. I feel like it's a learned skill. It's not something that comes natural for people. I did a busy morning, then unwound with your work, which is what I needed. Awesome. And now you're here with us. Okay. Okay, now I'm like looking at this two side by side. I definitely like this better. We gotta do something about these. I'm actually going through this quicker than I thought, which is good. See, what am I most excited about to paint in this painting? Probably the goat, but then I feel like I always am most excited about painting my Orbet because the the feeling of pushing around gouache paint is something I relish. After this, after my 12 animals of zodiac, I definitely want to paint a series of just my Orbets. Maybe all in gouache, or maybe le more gouache, less watercolor. So the opposite of what I'm doing now, but we'll see. I was thinking the other day about what new skills I should start looking into with my watercolor paintings. And if it's something that just like naturally happens for people or something that you kind of had to go out and seek for. I don't know the answer. I'm just totally talking out loud right now. Waiting for my husband to get home so we can go for a walk together. Oh, yay! That is so sweet, Vanessa. So do you guys do it daily or just sometimes? Or when you have, a free moment? That is so sweet. I think I might cry. Yeah, like my husband and I, we do errands together, so that's like our together time. Because normally we're just so busy with our own, like his work and my work, and both our work is kind of a solitary kind of pursuit. Love the flower, crimson. Oh, hi, hi Jay, welcome. So glad you can join me today. Oh no, it's crimson. This I'm painting carnations because apparently according to the internet, carnation is a flower that goat symbolizes. Um, but I was just saying earlier, I feel like once I'm done with this painting, I feel like I'll be a master at flowers because this thing is so damn hard. There's so many edges and petals and details. If you have, my go-to flower is actually an anemone, which is super simple. It's like have a black middle and then like, the 5 to 7 very round, big, smooth petals. Fun fact, I love flowers and I put them in all my pieces pretty much. Oh, that's awesome. Fun fact, I think I kind of do the same. Thank you for sharing that. I love that fun fact. And I was just saying that usually if you look at my older paintings, all my flowers have been anemones because they're just easier to paint and they come in all sorts of colors, so it's awesome. But I decided to challenge myself by telling my to give the prompt, I guess we call it. This whole series is 12 animals of zodiac. So this way I'm forcing myself to paint some animals that I never paint, and then each animal has its own like floral astrology of different flowers. I'm forcing myself to paint different flowers. I think somebody commented once on my life that you paint other flowers, and that kind of stuck with me. I'm sorry, I forgot who said it, but that kind of stuck with me. So now I am venturing into other flowers, and this carnation is so damn hard. So what's your go-to flower, Jay? Looks pretty complex for sure. Let me go some red roses. Oh, that's what Trevor said. His favorite flower is roses. I will be painting roses for the year of the dog because that's apparently the flower that goes with roses. Well, that's the flower that goes with that animal. I have a list. Oh, I I don't have it with me, but I have a list of animals and flowers. And I'm kind of checking and going down the list. But yes, this carnation, probably the hardest flower I've ever painted. Um, so I was like looking at some carnation images, pictures, right? So that their edges are all always jagged, but then all these petals kind of and folds on top of each other and all that stuff. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna try to just get the general feeling of it, because if I try to get like the exact detail, it's gonna take me weeks to do this painting. Um, but I think it will be fine. I hope. Um, I love flowers because they're just so pretty, but also find the symbolism interesting because, technically flowers are like sex organs, right? They're the most brilliant part of plants, and then they also is very ephemeral. It comes and goes, and I don't know. I like all the symbolism that comes with a flower. Um, and people just like flowers, I think. I think especially the watercolor. I did a little research that floral watercolor is one of the biggest markets of, of things that people buy. So it's also a business reason, I guess. Oh. I'm just doing my first wash right now, trying to just block in all the shapes and details, and I'm gonna get into the details on my second wash. Hello, Whimsical. I came at the right time, apparently. Pun may be intended. Looking forward to the rat. Oh, so Crimson, that is my zodiac animal as well, and the lily is the flower that goes with that, which was one of my favorite flowers. Maybe that's why I love your work. Might go to our azaleas. Azaleas are hard too. Yeah, that's a hard flower too. I know how to draw them, but I haven't really painted them. Peonies, I'm gonna get to that, Vanessa. Lavender and wildflowers, yes. But yes, but welcome, Whimsical. Well, I am painting 12 Animals of Zodiac. This is my second painting. I have my horse painting I've been exploring. So I started with horse because this year is the year of the horse, and I kind of had two ideas. So this is a painting I finished the week before last week, and then this is the one I finished last week. I like how this painting came out, but I decided that this one is the one I'm going to build a series around, because this one is more about the animal, which is what I want, whereas this one, I cannot help but feel like the girl is the main subject, and I don't know if that's what I want. So I'll probably leave that painting with my fashion girl. I guess I won't be calling it a fashion girl, but with another series where the girl is the main subject. And there we have it. Beautiful stuff. Thank you. So yeah, that's kind of art I do. I do watercolor. I mix gouache within them, but it's still very much water-based medium, I guess. And I like this surreal stuff. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so tired of painting these already. There are just so many petals. Looking forward to that wrap. How do you feel with the previous piece? Jay, I think I answered. I love how it comes out. But yeah, I decided as from today's painting, I'm painting a goat that I'm building. I chose the first one where we don't have the girl in the painting. It's just about the animal and the orbits. And I share with you that these little creatures, I call them orbits. So for this one, I've been saying it's almost feel a little biblical because I would have this goat, and then we have these two orbits, one standing, one is like crying and sobbing. And he's holding a lantern, little nod to the Chinese culture. I am Chinese, so it's it's I feel like it's I love lanterns and on top of that. So he's like maybe asking directions of the girl or asking for help because her friend is crying and the girl is always so kind with a smile. So they're working something out. So I'm pretty excited to paint these three things until after I get through all these backgrounds. Okay. Whoa. Okay. I'm just gonna go in thick. It's going dark here. We got two of us this time. Love it. Yeah. Because I was like, I've been noticing I'm just painting one orbit on my paintings, and I don't know why. Two, I think with orbits, more is better. They're just so fun. Uh, and they make a good story, I think. I was just saying earlier that I noticed lately I'm definitely leaning into the storytelling, the storybook aspect of my art, and I think it's been good for me. Do you notice your art like change and morph as you do more of it? I guess it has to, but I think it's also a very tricky thing because you don't want it to go too far away from the style that you have honed and maybe known for. And tell the story so good, especially with the inclusion of your culture. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm glad. I'm glad. But yeah, I say this, I can't help but to think it's like there's something biblical happening because the also, don't laugh at me, guys. For the longest time, I did not know that lambs and goats are completely two separate animals because they kind of look very similar, and goats have horns on them and lambs don't. And yeah, I for the longest time I didn't know they're like just completely two different species. I just thought, oh, like some lambs have horns and some don't. Um, and I thought goats were bigger. They are the full grown ones are bigger, I guess, but baby lambs and baby goat are pretty much the same size, but they grow into completely different animals. Yes, yes, and yes, but I kind of just go with it, honestly. I let my style morph into it. That's good to hear. I guess it's like one direction of travel, huh? Otherwise, you'll probably feel restricted. And then what's the fun in it? One of the best quote I read a long time ago is like with emerging artists, and I feel like I also just heard this on the podcast that like 98% of artists living today are considered emerging artists. So literally just like 1 or 2% of artists are considered emerged or established. So I'm like, okay, I'll be emerging forever and ever. But with emergent artists, you kind of have the freedom maybe to play a little bit more. Whereas if you're established, you're kind of expected to do that style because that's how, art dealers and galleries make money off of artists. What am I doing here? I am reading a book called All That Glitter. It was about one of the biggest art world scams that happened ever, and it happened around 2021 or so a few years ago now. But I'm absolutely fascinated by it because the more you read into it, just the more you're like, wow, the art world is kind of scary. And also, I learned that there's the primary art market, which is, the art you see in the galleries, and those are represented by galleries. So if you work in a gallery, you're considered a gallerist. And then art dealers, which I always thought was the same thing, are something different. Art dealers only works in the secondary art market. And they're the ones that kind of like are dealing and willing. So if you guys ever ever had a question about it, now you know. You probably don't, but trivia. I didn't know that. I feel like I'm before ever emerging as well. I know. I think we will always be, and that's okay. And an art market is also a very unregulated place. So a lot of like money laundering happens in this space. Maybe you guys already know this. But it's like a art, like especially art from famous artists, like, dead famous artists, masters and whatnot. It's like a good way to park cash without people know about it. So if anybody out there wants to park some cash into my painting, I'll take it. Just kidding. Okay. I like these edges, so I think my second go around, I'm gonna make that more obvious. But did I say these are so many petals? I'm just getting confused now about what's what. And then carnations have these jagged edges, which is cool. I'll probably do that last, actually. Okay, I'm gonna let this one dry and breathe a little bit. And move on. So I've kind of been working in like a clockwise. I started with these. I want these to be more detailed because they're closest to us. And then kind of got faster, painting them faster, more gestural. But then now I guess I have to bring them back and make these more detailed again. So that's kind of how I establish the foreground, background with how detailed the shapes are. Very realistic. Oh yay, I'm glad. And so far I've just used like 2 kinds of red, a little bit of blue. Not too much other color yet, but I think I probably will add more colors as my second layer goes. So the corners always thicker, darker. Let me add a little bit of blue here, I think. Probably should do that here as well. I think currently I'm kind of trying to create a look where it's literal but also abstract. I know it sounds like a oxymoron. But yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. I am glazing it first. Alpha Walk, enjoy your evening. Thank you, Anessa. Have so much fun on your walk. And oh, I like this one. Okay. See, this flower here is on the side, so the petals are not that crazy. So I feel like it's more manageable. It looks more organized. It's like some of these are getting crazy. Carnations, definitely the hardest flower I've painted so far. So when I paint rats, which is my zodiac, it's gonna be lilies, which I'm pretty excited about because I love lilies. I have some lilies planted in my front yard, but my neighbor's freaking dog kept on peeing on it. So I think now I don't know if it's gonna come back to life. I know that because I saw it doing it one day. I was like, oh my God. And it's like my next door, like my cross the street neighbor, so I can't be like, you freaking dog, get off my lawn, you know. Still gotta be nice about it. But yeah, I like this petal here. I like the added blue. So green here is good. Oh, okay. So we got 1, 2, 3 more things to do, and then I'm gonna go and paint the stems, and then we're gonna start our second wash of the backgrounds. Or should I do the goat now? I'm afraid to peel these masking fluid, or then I won't have a perfect edge. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna do my second wash on the flowers so it's more defined, and then we'll get into the goats and the little guy, my little orchids. So this is a partial one, but I'm still trying to be pretty, but it's like pretty close to us. So I'm trying to be more organized, more detailed. That doggy. I know. And it's like a huge dog. So it's like, this is so much pee that's coming out of you. So far, I feel like when I look at each flower in detail, I'm like, oh, we have so much work to do. But when I pull back and look at the whole thing, I'm like, okay, it's not bad. Maybe I don't need to do so much more on each flower, but only just focus on the ones that I want to have more details, which will save me time, so that'll be good. Let's add a little bit of the crimson red, vermilion hue here. Okay. Let's do a progress check. Have you been watching any interesting shows recently? Um, so I just finished watching Boyfriend on Demand because Jisoo is in it, and I'm like, I'm dropping everything to watch it because I am a Blackpink fan, and she was so good in it. The whole show was like, but I loved her in it. So let's do a progress check. Okay. Okay, the flowers just, okay, I like the flowers. They look cool. Thumbnail check. Awesome. So now we're gonna go into paint all these stems because I didn't, I was like, should I paint each flower? But then I had to like keep on washing, going back and forth with the colors. So I just did all the pink first. Now we're gonna go back in and do the greens now. And I'm gonna do the green slightly more grassy than the background cool greens. Let me mix some colors. Not bad. Okay. How should I paint this? Okay. I have both of my greens ready. So I have a cool green and a warm green that I'm gonna use simultaneously. And okay, let's think about this. Okay. Well, I'm wondering if I should use some gouache right away. Very watery. I don't like. Let's try a little bit of gouache to see how that goes. Blue. So I've been pretty good about using all the art supply have had instead of keep on buying new ones. So I'm getting through this gouache palette, and I have another palette I want to use right after. But it's probably gonna take me a little while to finish it. What do I think? It's too soon? it's good. Maybe slightly too soon. Okay. Okay, now I'm like holding three brushes now in my hand. One is a gouache green, grassy green, and then a very cool green. I was watching an artist because my next animal, believe it or not, is a monkey, and I just the thought about how to paint a monkey was so intimidating. So I saw this artist who has a watercolor monkey tutorial. So, I'm watching it, learning it. And what I noticed I think it's something I tried with my face, but didn't do a very committed. Like I came and bought the Blackpink Deadlight. Oh, you did? Nice. I wonder if that's gonna be like their last album together. But yes, so good. I hope not though, but I do feel like I am starting to like their individual stuff better, and I'm sure I'm not alone in this, so we'll see. Let's see. Okay. Okay, it's going to. How do we feel about this? Okay, because now we're technically in our, even though this is the blah, blah, words. These green parts are still my first wash, but I feel like we're quickly advancing into the second wash now. So I'm painting them with a little bit more saturation. Oh wait, I was totally talking about the monkey. Yes. So I noticed that she started separate parts with completely separate colors. Right, blue for the cool area and then warm brown for the warm area, and then she go on top with the actual color, and I really like that method, so I am going to try to attempt that myself. Yeah, and Crimson, what shows have you been watching, and how's work been, I guess? I'm sure there's gonna be weeks you like it better than others, I'm guessing. I think the screen is slightly too acidy for what I'm trying to do. So let's pull that down with a little bit of blue. Samson is around. That's better. Yeah, Trevor, I went on this rabbit hole and I read that so Blackpink's contract is up for negotiation later this year. Yeah, which is why I think this might be their last together album, but love a stem, thank you. I'm trying to be very neat about it, but I don't know if I'm doing a good job right now. Oh, oops, I forgot to paint this. We'll get to it later. So the stems, I'm starting to add a little bit of gouache to them. But not too much yet. It didn't feel right. I'm watching Confidence Queen. Oh! It's definitely on my feed. Do you find yourself watching multiple shows at once? I do that sometimes. It's pretty funny, or it's been alright, just a bit endless. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have like a, I guess, do you have a like a night schedule or anything like that? Or you take turns, like rotations? Also, do you watch Scrub? I feel like I grew up watching Scrub and I stopped watching it. And then the other day I just saw that, oh my gosh, it is still on Netflix instead of on TV now. It's pretty awesome. Okay. Surface area is what I need so I can do these things. That's cool. No, I didn't watch multiple shows, but I have a bad habit of dropping shows midway though, so I'm trying to finish a show before it starts another one. I think it's okay if it's not a show you're into, then you're not wasting more of your life on this. So for me, if I don't like the first episode, I don't usually continue for that exact same reason. I don't want to waste my life on it. So I have on my feed, I have a lot of shows that I watch one episode and then that was that. So for all the producers out there, first episode important. Also, I just saw this video about YouTube videos that apparently our attention span is down to 2 seconds now. Before, like I remember years ago, well not years ago, like three years ago, they say that for video editing, like the first 8 seconds matters the most. And then it was like 6 seconds. And then recently I saw videos like 2 seconds. That's not even enough to say a sentence. So yeah, I don't know what to do anymore. So like, what can you do to get people's attention in 2 seconds? Of course, sub is what got me into medicine. It's the most accurate. Oh my god, I love that. got the Jenny CD. Is Jenny your favorite? Jenny used to be my favorite. I feel like now my favorite is Rose because of Apatsu. Um, that's hilarious. That Crimson Scrub is what you got into medicine. I remember used to watch that show religiously, and now it's like also the same actor, but they're so much older now. Ah, so nostalgic. I feel bad because you're both fans, but I'm a hardcore Blackpink hater. Do share, do share. I don't take offense. Why? Why do you hate them? I don't think I'm ready for the gouache. Maybe we don't need that. I used to be a Taylor Swift hater, but now I love her. So I have hope for you still, Crimson. Maybe some. No, I don't want to do that. Bring some light. I just use a water brush, kind of dab away some of the paint. But maybe that wasn't necessary. I don't really listen to pop, and my sister is so upset with BP, his Black Whimsical. Do like play with some obsessed with BP. Like he's flashing themselves constantly. Yes, BTS is back. I just saw their album and they have like a live event. Or maybe it just happened on, oh, I think there's like a live concert event happening on Netflix. Maybe that was last weekend, maybe it's already happened. I like your sister, Crimson. But also, I during the pandemic, I feel like Blackpink was the only thing I listened to. So I think on Spotify, I was like the top 1% listener of Blackpink. Oh, I guess I should be proud of that. But now I listen to other artists. Why are BTS back? I don't love BTS as much. Does she like Stray Kids too? I do find that I might personally just like female artists more, female bands, female artists, just in general. I think I like the sound of female voice better, maybe. But yes, BTS is back because the money was too good. I can only imagine. So did your sister ruin Blackpink for you? Is that one of those things? Ooh, oh, sorry. I keep on trying to like not glaze and then just going with color, and then I just don't think that looks as good. so I can't really save that one step, which is frustrating. The only group I liked was a group called Momoland, but that was in the 2019s or something. Yeah, I don't know that one. Is it also a K-pop band, or it's a K-pop group or something else? Also, I also had to admit that I'm like my music knowledge is not very wide. My music knowledge is actually pretty limited because when I'm working, I don't really ever listen to music. Yeah, I think I just had a realization. I only listen to music when I'm like in between audiobooks. So in the car, when I'm painting, I listen to audiobooks. K-pop, old band though. I don't know any new songs, but okay. I mean, 2019 is not that old, guys. 2019 was only, oh my gosh, I guess that's like 6 years ago now. So it's basically 10 years ago. Holy cow. That's kind of frightening to think about, huh? Love that stem. Okay, I am kind of warming up to my stems now, I feel like. I think the worst thing when it comes to watercolor, because it almost just happened, so I want to talk about it, is to have too much water when you're glazing. Bad. Too much water. Bad. Do you listen to podcasts? I listen to true crime a lot while driving. I listen to audiobooks, like I mentioned, and I almost strictly only listen to sci-fi. I read only sci-fi books and listen to them. I don't know, I just love sci-fi. I think they spark the imagination the most for me, and yeah. I like all the political things that they sprinkle into sci-fi. It feels less serious to me than like actual political books. I have completely given up on news because what's the point? Like every time I open my news feed, it's like the world is going to shit, we're all gonna die. So I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't want to feel that way about life. I am listening to that right now, Crimson. Red Rising. Holy shit. Holy cow. I just started this series, literally. So yes, amazing. I'm still on the first book, but I know that there's like 3 books after that. So I will be staying with this series for a while. So good. I also like sci-fi for its world building. Like, I don't know, when I listening to them especially, I see them in my head of what the world looks like. I guess that's also the awesome part about sci-fi movies, right? That's like really take you to another place. Back to true crime though. I'm sure you listen to the Serial series, right? If you listen to true crime, and were you following up on the news with I forgot his name, Adam Said, his trial outcome and everything, and how messed up the whole thing was? I was just watching a documentary about that whole thing. Pretty incredible. Yeah, did you watch the Netflix special about what happened afterwards? So he is out of jail. He is free now, which is amazing. But like how he got released was also kind of like, okay, our justice system's so messed up. It was pretty serious, absolutely essential. Yes, it was pretty sad. Yeah, it's absolutely pretty sad. Okay, so all right, so my stems are coming in now. There was this white space I kind of had to cover up later. It's really sad. And have you ever watched that show, Oz? Oh, The Wired? No, not Oz. That's another one, but The Wired. It was all about, it's like based on a true story about the criminal justice system in Baltimore, Maryland, United States. And after seeing that show and you listen to this, it's like it was very like, it's like, oh, yeah, of course it would happen there. I feel like I followed that story for like over 10 years now. It's pretty crazy too. Pretty crazy too. Whoops, am I keeping track of my greens? Well, I had to say, painting stems is way easier than painting the flowers. Uh, Life sucks in America in general, it seems these days, especially for brown people. Yes. Yeah, no doubt about that. I don't know, maybe I should move to Canada too. Or Trevor, I was thinking maybe I should move to Australia. Australia seems nice. Nice and nice and awesome still. Well, maybe I should. Do they still have like that? I visited New Zealand a long time ago. They have this thing is that if you move to certain parts of New Zealand, they'll give you 100,000 New Zealand dollars and like a herd of sheep to kind of be the pioneer and uh, farm the land to raise the land. And I was like, is that still a thing? Because sometimes that sounds really attractive. I joke with my husband that if AI takes our jobs and there's nothing else left, I'm gonna go raise some cows and chicken and live a farm life. Doesn't that sound awesome to you sometimes? It does to me. Quickly maybe. I had to confess, haven't painted in like about 3 weeks now. Really becoming lazy. Oh no! Are you doing other things or you just life gets busy? I know. I've been there. I totally know what you mean. When I had my shoe design job, I would, paint something and not do it for like a month at a time. Um, but then I also warned, after too long, you're just like, I don't want to do that painting anymore because your mind has moved on from it. So that's a danger. Be aware. The good thing about what I'm doing now is I probably am painting the fastest or finish not painting the fastest. I don't think I'm painting faster, but like each one, but I am finishing a painting is probably the fastest than I ever have been. And I definitely feel a little bit of momentum with each piece that I'm done. It's like, oh, I just got that done. It feels good. There's like a little bit dopamine hit. Then you want to go on the next one. Because sometimes I notice that if you don't paint for a little bit, you're like, you get lazy for sure. Oh yeah, I want to have a farm. The cows are so cute, especially the calves. So yeah, if after your video game development and after Canada, maybe look into New Zealand. But yeah, Australia seems definitely awesome. Oh, if Vanessa's still here, I'll ask if she ever thought about moving to Australia with her other daughter. Seems so attractive. You're just watching shows. Watching shows, yeah. Honestly, it's so inspiring to watch how quickly accurately you paint. Thank you. This is something that does not come easily. Sometimes I also wonder if it comes easily to anybody. Well, except for the 6-year-old kid I mentioned last week that all he wants to do is just paint. But he also doesn't have other responsibilities in life, so that's my justification. But I had to fight my laziness a lot to show up and do the work. This is my plan B. I don't have any other plans. If this doesn't work out, then I don't know. I guess raising cow is my plan C. So I had to make it work. But yeah, get back to it. I challenge you. But I also have to say, I think it's so hard when you have like another job and you're just so tired sometimes. Your eyes hurt sometimes. You're just like this. Because I've been there for sure, and I guess that's the battle. For the longest time, I was like so afraid that I was because I'm painting so much more now. I'm wondering if I will, like, what they say, like sometimes a hobby, when you make it into a job, you start being sick of it. I think I had such a concern. Not to say that that's like not a concern anymore. It still probably could be a concern. But so far, I'm still loving it. But yeah, my concern was like, now that I'm doing this full time all the time, am I gonna feel like it's becoming a chore? And if that's the case, then what? Because you do hear that so often from people. And in fact, I know people like friends or family of friends who are great artists or ceramicists, is that what they call that a word? Ceramics, they make ceramics. They purposely don't sell it or try to make a business. They only make it as gifts because that was like exact reason they don't want it to become a chore and then they'll hate it. Sometimes I wonder about that by myself, but so far hasn't happened. So let's hope that's the case. And thank you, Crimson, for saying that is inspiring because I do feel like the more I paint, the more I want to paint. Not to say I am not to say I'm motivated all the time. Because sometimes, in fact, I felt it recently. I was like, oh no, these animals are so hard to paint. Should I just go back to paint something that I'm more familiar with? But I also know that is kind of my lizard brain trying to keep me where I am. Every time humans do something new or different, that kicks in. I'm absolutely convinced. So I'm glad we know what's up. Yeah, I totally get it. When you have a full-time job, it's hard. It's hard to keep that momentum going. And that's actually one of the reasons I quit my full-time job. But then after I quit, I was like, ooh, should I quit that job? But I'm also not someone who looks back because every time I look back, nothing ever good ever happens. So now I'm just moving on to this part of my life now. Yeah, I love it. You gotta keep going. Awesome. You too. Just I think you were here when I talked about the Kiki's Delivery Service author. In her prologue, she just said like if you find something that you love to do, then every day is an exciting day. And I truly feel that way. With every new painting, I feel like it's excitement all over again. Granted, sometimes in the middle, it's more of a get to the finish. But every new painting, I feel really energized. You ever heard that there's like a medically, psychologically, it's a thing. I forgot what's it called, but I read about it last year. Was that with everything that we do, it's like we are more like, how do I say that? We're more into it in the beginning and towards the end, but never the middle. The middle part is the hardest part and the most dreadful part. And most people, when they quit something, it's the middle. It's when they're in the middle that they quit. Because, in the beginning, there's excitement of something new, right? You're hopeful. You're like, I'm going to do something new and it's going to be awesome. And then, we all know that things in the middle are hard, it's tedious. Sometimes you don't quite get the results as you want. And then self-doubt sets in during the middle. So middle part is hard. But once you get through the middle part, and you will know when that happens, then the end is exciting again because you can see the result, your fruit of your labor, maybe. That's why, yeah, it's a phenomenon. It's a medical name for it, but I don't know that. Kiki's Delivery Service, what a movie this. Such timeless art, can't believe it came out in 1987. I know. Yeah, I can't believe that movie came out in 1987. And I think, correctly, you probably know more of this than I do. That's back when they're still painting everything by hand. So each frame in that movie was like a piece of art, basically. Sometimes I think about that, and that blows my mind. Yep, I've noticed that multiple is my gym journey. Always start off strong, and then in the middle, I cheap, I die, I quit gym. Yes, yeah, in the book, exactly. That once you recognize a pattern, that's like when you can break it. That's exactly it. That's awesome that you recognize a pattern. Yeah, that's exactly what the book said. To recognize a pattern is the only way to break it. And then there's like, just like people quitting cigarettes, it's all the same that because of that pattern, I think a lot of programs that is designed to like kind of motivate you in the middle and all that good stuff. Yes, so shaded art. Each frame was painted by hand, and they're like 24 frames per second. I know. Blows my mind thinking about that. Now they can just copy and paste. Actually, I don't know what the current process. They might still do some by hand and then like speed it up in the computer somehow. But yeah, that movie and House Moving Castle. A newer House Moving Castle is newer, so I think it was 2000, early 2000s. So there might be some computer usage in that. But if you look at the background, you can just see it's definitely painted. Maybe on the computer, but still painted. And I feel like Miyazaki is someone who probably will never use AI because he despises it or something I read recently. But yeah, how do you guys feel about like, Marvel Studio or Disney, all those guys using AI? I guess it doesn't really matter, but yeah, I wonder what that really means. Or they're banned, or they can't use AI because of the Guild. Actually, I have no idea. Ugh. Oh, shit. I didn't want to do that so thick. Oh well. Some choices you make in watercolor, you're you're just stuck with it. Ooh, okay. No looking back. Well, interestingly, anime for the most are still hand-drawn frame by frame, but colored digitally rather than the cells. Oh, that's awesome. That is very interesting. I didn't know that. So they're hand-drawn digitally, which makes sense. Hand-drawn frame by frame, and then colored in digitally rather than the cells. Oh. I'm processing that. It's pretty incredible. What are some of different ways anime can be made? I guess there's you have those oh my gosh, words. Like oh my gosh, words like stop motion animation, right? And then you have those hand-drawn ones. But that's interesting. I didn't know that. I just assumed everything's done digitally now because it's just so much easier, faster. Interesting. The West, for the most part, have moved to complete digital art production. It sucks. 2D Disney and the old cartoon was traditional, so beautiful. Yes. In fact, I just had this conversation with my husband not that long ago. Like all the new Disney movies, especially some recent ones, they're trying to like my impression was like, are you trying to be like a real movie but done digitally, or are you trying to be an animation movie? Like, I don't get it. Yes. So interesting. So West is done everything mostly digitally now. I guess that's why I find anime way more interesting. Okay, so we did, oh wait, oh yeah, I forgot about this flower here, so let's draw that in. Yes, my daughter and I are actually working our way through all the old Disney movies like Cinderella, Peter Pan. I love Peter Pan. The old My Little Mermaid, so good. We're doing on time. Okay, not bad. Oh, I forgot this thing here. Can you explain how you are doing the double gradients in the stem? Ooh, double gradients in the stem. Which part? I'm trying to see. Like the one I just did here. So for the, I don't, I am doing a bunch of different colors, but I don't think I am doing that on purpose. Oh, I think I know what you mean. So what I noticed was that sometimes, for a while, I was just doing like one color next to another color, and then you have two colors, right? And then for recently, I'm starting to furthest, right, this one, right? Yeah. So recently I've started noticing that if I lay down a color first and then do more colors on top, it looks more rich, right? So yeah, this is pretty. So what I did, instead of, I glazed the painting, right? Before and then I am doing a lighter color as a first wash first. And I'm using green now, but this very well could be another yellow color, another pink color. I think yellow might make it more bright and maybe interesting. And then I'm going in with a cool color just in the corners. And then instead of going all the way down, I am kind of allowing a break here, and then adding that cool color again. And then now blend is kind of the key with these. Blend a little bit here, and then just let that be. And once they dry, it will kind of look like this, believe it or not. So now with this, and then the flower here, I kind of did the same thing, but with pink and then a pink that has brown in it. This is like very loose watercolor right now, and And I think for some of the flower stems, I'm probably gonna keep it that way because I love how loose it is. So kind of had to pick and choose which ones. But I think this one turned out really great with that technique. And then this one, these two has gouache in it, whereas the other one I stopped because I don't think we're ready for gouache yet. It kind of just pulled around the edges, which I didn't like. And I forgot to do the pink here. So yeah, so now this area actually has some of the green bled into the bud part from the background. But I almost don't mind that because once I paint the pink over, that's almost gonna look like a shadow. Very cool. Maybe it's too advanced a technique for me just now. I think I mean it's exactly the same as you do that on clean water, but instead you'll do it with a different uh extra step. You'll do clean glaze, like an undertone color, and then the color you want. I know that you're doing portraits. I noticed that that might be very good for the face. Like, so makeup, Korean makeup wise, right? Like Asian face, has a yellow tone, so we tone it with pink color. So it depends on what kind of skin tone you're painting. I noticed that if you paint like the shadow area with a little bit of purple first, just like a lavender purple, and then go on top with a skin color, then that purple shadow part becomes, like once you paint the skin color over it, it becomes darker, and then that area just looks so much more rich. And I think those techniques are the ones we see on the internet. You're like, whoa, they're watercolor artists are using all sorts of different color. But then in the finished product, finished painting, you don't see those colors. I think that's why a lot of those colors are first used as undertone first. Very cool, Miss. Hello, you're back just now. No worries. Oh yeah, let me show you real quick how much we did since you were away. So I kind of started the flowers now, and I just finished all the stems on them. And this is still kind of like my first wash because now the whole thing still looks very loose, and they are starting to take on the light and shadow. You can see the foreground, background, but the whole thing is still very loose. So I'm not gonna go in with a second wash. Probably not as wet, drier, darker color, starting to incorporate some wash, and then we'll end up looking at something like this. That's very like prominent, saturated. Um, so yeah, this is where we're still looking at something very loose right now. So I'm thinking, should I take off the star on the lamb yet, or I don't know. I'm scared. I'll definitely try to climb it to Joshua Sears intent. Yes, I'm working on it. Thank you, surviving. I love the wet on wet glue going back on this one. Oh, me too, Crimson. Me too. Me too. But I'm looking at it's like I know that I need to get in here some more to really push back some of the color, but I'm also a little concerned now because now do you see this difficulty about this painting is that there's all these edges which wasn't as big a problem before because sunflower is pretty big leaf, so like it's easy to work. But now I have all these small edges that I gotta deal with. Okay. So the order of things. I think I am going to get into the background some more to add some darker color. And this time I am probably going to start adding gouache now, same as the flowers. And then see if it's dark enough. Because I love this area when it's so dark that it just it's like pushes the space back, right? I even love these textures it's starting to make. So I feel like that needs to happen in this area. Okay. So I've been painting background flower, back to background, totally avoiding my main subject, which is not the best practice, guys. You should always start with the the main thing first and spread out. But sometimes I don't follow rules. What can you do? Okay, so to do the background again, and I'm kind of just gonna do some like blades of grass. Oh, maybe I can use this. I don't know if you guys know what this is called, a dagger brush. This shape. Let me wet this so you see. It kind of has like a let's see, oh, like a taper brush. Is I think I mentioned this is great for hair, but it's also great for painting leaves. I'm gonna use that. I need to remind myself I should do that. Okay, so and also this might I hate I don't know if you guys see. There are areas where I didn't paint all the way, so there's like white gaps. I hate those. I always try my best to avoid them, but it seems like it always happens somewhat. So this is also an opportunity for me to go in and cover those up. So that's but so we are almost we've been going for 3 hours now. I feel like I should show you guys how I do my lamb before I had to go. And then next time you see this painting, it will be done. What do you guys think? Do you want to see me finish the flowers or work on the lambs? If you have a preference. I think both are probably okay now. Actually, let me. Yes, the lamb. Okay. Okay, cool. Let me finish this corner and then we'll get into lamb. Yeah. So I was joking last time that I chose to do my horse in white because it's less work. My lamb is probably gonna be a white base. For me at least, but definitely no pressure if it's your flag. Yeah, I should probably do the lamp because then I'm just like avoiding the main subject. So now I have, when I use this brush, I'm usually having gouache. I'm gonna puncture these, puncture because they're so strong. Puncture these watercolor spaces with some gouache so that it's more saturated and darker. I've been really really love the combination of gouache and watercolor. But I would say that's it a little advanced. So if you're just learning how to do watercolor, stick with watercolor. It's a gouache, the texture of gouache is like a whole new beast you had to wrestle with. And you can definitely also mix gouache with your watercolor. Almost like using it as a medium, especially with the white gouache. So maybe start with the white gouache to get yourself familiar with the feeling and texture of gouache. Corners, maybe here. Now let me get into my dagger brush. I feel like I need to really thick water kit. So it's a bit you're doing a gouache mix, the contrast is mixed. Yes, I am using gouache right now. Thick water, yeah, exactly. I think thick watercolor will achieve the same kind of contrast. I was explaining earlier that with gouache, it's like faster and easier, so I feel like I'm cheating a little bit. But I think personally, I like the gouache because mixing gouache in, because then, because watercolor even when it's thick, it's still transparent. But then when you mix gouache, then you also get like bits of that's not transparent, but then bits that is. I think it's good for this like surreal feel. It's like kind of there, but kind of not. You see how awesome? Oh shit! You see how awesome this shape it just made? Just one go. This dagger brush. It's like this is probably good for tulip leaves, I think. And then maybe last little bit here, a little bit here. Yeah, it's a little bit more green here, I think. Just cover that. Just oopsies, cover that color. And I'm also kind of just going really fast and glazing with the color right now instead of clean water. Also, I noticed I I feel like the gouache paint spreads even more dramatically in water when it's a very watery gouache. 'Cause gouache you can also use it like acrylic paint, but really water gouache in water also is just that much more dramatic, which I like. Corner here a bit. I'm basically just trying to get like blades of grass shapes into these shadows. So it doesn't seem like it's like so random abstract, like highs and lows, but also not so obvious, like this is grass. 1, 2, 3. See, this is so much more darker than the rest. So I'm probably gonna get into some of that area, but not too much, but maybe just here, here, and a little bit of here to get this effect. Just a tiny bit more here, and I think I'm ready for our lamb. Not lamb, goat. This is a goat. Not the same. Not the same. Love the depth and color. Yes, thank you. I know. That's why I feel like using gouache on watercolors is almost like cheating a little bit because I can just do so much quicker. What is going on here? And also I love the gouache for its coverage. Basically notice that the color is much more saturated, so it just colors way better. All right. I use this dabbing motion to kind of blend, I guess, to get rid of any harsh edges that the water might form. This wood painting kind of reminds me of what I would do this in oil painting, I guess, to get that texture going. All right. We are going to this area dry because I'm gonna get ready for the lamp and peel off that masking fluid. So yeah, this like watery, wet on wet background actually takes some pretty deliberate maneuver to get it. At least for me. I'm sure some artists are just like splash, 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 and then it happens. This is watercolor. Even though it looks pretty dark, it's gonna dry pretty light. Maybe some blue dots. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna make a stamp brush. Maybe that'll be better for this job. Okay. Yeah, dry. It's pretty dry. It's pretty dry. Okay. All right, let's do the lamb. I'm gonna peel this masking fluid. This is basically just latex fluid that comes off like this. Um, if you're allergic to latex, I'm not sure what the alternative would be. I guess the alternative would be you just gotta do the edges very careful if you can't use latex. I don't use it like religiously. I just use it whenever I feel like I need to keep a clean edge, which I guess should be all the time, but not always for me. And it also kind of leaves a yellow cast on the paper. So if that's something that matters, then maybe you don't want to use it. But usually it's pretty faint, so you do cover it with other colors really easily. Okay, so this lamb is actually white, but we know that in nature, anything that's actually white isn't actually white in appearance. So the lamb, even though it has white fur, it probably has shades of like browns and yellows, different parts of it. So the light source, this seems to be coming from the top. Seems how I did all my flowers. So like top, light source is coming from this way. Top slightly towards the right. And once I paint the lamb, I will have to keep that consistent. I've seen it in the art shop, have no clue what it is. Yeah, it's called latex fluid. It kind of helps you to keep clean edges, or some artists will keep certain areas unpainted, and this is a way to do that. You apply it with a brush. I've heard that there are silicone brushes that you can use are good, but I just use a regular brush. And this does dry on the brush, so it kind of ruins your brush. So you want to kind of use a brush that you are old, that you don't want anymore. And then while you're applying it, you want to use a like a bar soap or a brush cleaner. Brush cleaner is what I have. You kind of just want to keep on dipping it while you apply. Otherwise, this thing will dry on the brush, and then will cake on it, and then you have to throw that brush away because washing it off is such a pain in the butt. It's almost impossible. I want to get all the residuals off. Otherwise, you have have these little grainy textures when I paint, which I also hate. All right, and it kind of looks like booger a little bit. All right, let's start with the lamb head, obviously. Okay, are we ready for this? Am I ready for this? Okay, so we said lamb is white, but it has a little bit of dirt gets caked on it. So I'm probably gonna use a warm brown for this. And then because there's like flowers around it, I'm imagining it will have a pink cast on some areas. So yes. So Crimson, this might be a good like lesson on on underpainting because I'm gonna do underpainting on this thing because it's so white right now, and then kind of build up the color and build up the darkness from there. So to do underpainting, I almost strictly only use one color for underpainting, which is this like what's it called? Oh, mustard yellow, ochre yellow. I think ochre yellow is the pink color, but really lightly because it kind of it's a good color to bring some sunlight in, quote unquote, because when sun shines on everything, it gives everything an orange, that yellow glow. So I like that. I know that in oil painting, I will use burnt umber, which is a cool brown. But I find that, at least for my eyes, like a brown underpainting in watercolor is a little too dark for my comfort. Yep, booger. Art makes booger too. Okay, so underpainting, let's go. I know. Phew. Okay. Let me test my paint. Oh, see, that would have been a disaster if I just went in. Okay, let's go. So with these ears, the two horns, eyes, mouth, rings. So the light's coming from this way. Underbrush ready. During this step, my biggest fear is like the paint dries. So I'm painting really fast in all the layers. My biggest fear is that it dries before I like have a chance to work on it, which is tragic. From the top, so this bottom is because the background is darker than what I'm doing now. I guess I don't have to worry too much about. I guess this is where the other leg goes, but it's not happening right now, so okay. Go through identity. Yes. Oh, is this beer kind of what makes yes. The lambs and goat is so similar, guys. I did not know they're different animals for the longest time, as I mentioned earlier. So is this kind of the tell? I mean, I don't know. Okay, so that's nice. I like that. Goat also. greatest of all time. Are you gonna be the greatest of all time, my little goat? Also, I don't know. I find when guys call themselves goats, it's kind of weird. I don't like it. Goatee for a reason. Oh. I am kind of mind blown right now. Oh. Wow, I can't believe I never made that connection. Dang. I feel really silly right now. Thanks, Biggie. You just educated me hardcore this time. I know I cannot look at the goat ever the same. So I'm kind of putting this color in like any area that's not white, okay? I give him like a very almost human eyes. So nice. Okay, so that's like what I would do for underpainting as far as I go. Just bring some light in. Try to preserve the white areas as much as I can. But it's super light, so it probably doesn't as much. And then now I am now going to add a little bit of burnt umber now. I don't believe you. It seemed like it was so wise. So under part, this part is gonna be much like a true darkness. Here in between. And now this ear part has a little bit of shadow here. So now I'm kind of building up on top of the underpainting. Pushing the dark area back. Here. I'm trying to not blend these shades very much. It's kind of almost remind me, the patchiness on the fur, which I always find it like so difficult to do. I'm laughing. I'm still thinking about your goatee comment. Mm, so here. Oh, I guess I'll get this brown. I'm never really sure when to blend the shadows, when to leave a hard edge. I If it looks good, then don't blend it. But my experience is like, if you can help with not blending, it's generally a better idea to not blend it. I blend because sometimes my OCD was like, wait, I can't stand looking at it. I blend, but I feel like like 80% of the time, the 80-20 rule is that when you don't blend it, it probably looks better. So if you can't resist the edge or not to blend, don't blend it. Sometimes I had to like scream at myself out loud to stop myself from blending, and I'm pretty sure I've done that when I'm on live. So it's the beauty of watercolors. Once they dry, it just looks good when you don't blend it. It just looks always good. So that's my little advice, my experience. Okay, so she will have a little bit of shadow under here. So have a little eyebrow maybe. Let's make her waistcoat. I think goats and I don't know. What's the goat's general rep in storybook situation? I know that in religious there, they represent one thing. Then here's a little nose. Lips are generally darker. Let's see, maybe we'll do a bit more under painting in the middle. See, don't blend it. Okay. How do we feel about you? I did a portrait few weeks back when I waited too long to on my shallow layer. It ended up being wet on dry instead of wet on red. I looked back at painting, the edge looks like exactly. I just feel that never intentionally feel comfortable with hard edges must come with experience. And now you had that experience. You didn't have time, and now you look back, you're like, that looked good. She looks like she's missing, like, we're gonna do something about that. Okay, so I kind of did the under painting now. And this is also the time I'm just always feel like, did I just ruin this painting? Okay. now, so now I added like the first layer underpainting. Stop. Now I'm going to go in with some blue, some shadow areas, I think. Awesome water artwork. Hello, Sir Groove. I like your name. Sir Groove. Welcome. Thank you. I'm working on a 12 animals of the zodiac. I am on animal number 2, which is a goat. And I, for the longest time, did not know goat and lambs are different animals. Okay, so ears. Here. I am doing this dreadful part of underpainting. Let's switch to a smaller brush to blend. When as you guys can tell, I don't always do underpainting, but I do know that when I do, it looks good. It looks better. Sometimes I don't know if it's necessary, especially I think underpainting is important for people because it just enriches the skin tone. But flowers, I don't know if it's always necessary, I guess. It's my view and I'm sticking to it. Lux is crying. No, don't cry. I'll see. What is underpainting? You mean putting layers on top? So I was gonna say for watercolor, but I think all paintings like oil painting and acrylic, you could benefit from underpainting. Underpainting is basically washing your entire canvas sometimes, or just your part that you are working on, like I'm doing right now, with a shadow color, like I call shadow color, but it's not necessarily shadow, but it's like a warm, it's usually a warm color. I used this ochre yellow to start, but you could use burnt umber or like a cool brown or warm brown to kind of block in the values of your painting. So imagine like if you're doing digitally, you might paint the whole thing with just grayscale first, right? Try like using a brown next time, but with paintings, you want to wash it with that like a brown color to kind of block out the grayscale, and then you put colors on top of it. It makes it just look so much richer. And I would just say, especially with skin tone and stuff, when you do underpainting, it makes the end result look richer, even though you might not be able to see the underpainting underneath. So that's layering. I guess it is layering. Yes, you mean putting layers on top. So in this case, you want to kind of baseline your layer before you put your first layer, if that makes sense. I don't know if I explained it the best way, so maybe watch a video on YouTube or something from someone who can explain it better. But yes, all painting can benefit from underpainting. I know I will say I'll argue digital art too, but I think some people, their digital art practice is to do everything in like a grayscale first. So if you're a digital artist, let me know if that's something you do. So I did the whole thing with a layer of that yellow, then I started doing some brown on top, and now I'm doing blue to cool some area down, but I feel like I'm not doing a great job with this blue right now. Maybe the blue is not blue enough. User error. I do that too. I start coloring with the light color and then add some darker ones over the top. Do you do lighter color like in the shade of the color that you are do? Like if you're gonna do red, you'll do a lighter shade of red first, and then do like a red on top, for example? I do that too, by the way. In fact, I just did that with these flowers. But I think red is a tricky color, but I was gonna say, imagine if you washed it with a different color and then go on top of it with a different color. So obviously you gotta be careful about what color to go, right? You don't want it colors out muddy each other. Oh yeah, so I use paper towel, but if you wanted a gentler thing, then you could use tissue paper. But yeah, this is like my best friend. So yeah, I was telling senior Guvala. So imagine if you're painting something red, right? But you wash it first with a layer of yellow and like the lighter part with the yellow, and then you go on top of the red. Your red, you can do like a little testing, but your red that's on top of the yellow will look almost a little bit orange, right? But then there's a light to it, quote unquote, compared to the area that you just washed the pink and then red. That yellow part will look more bright, like it's as if there's light coming through it. And if you wash the shadow area with, so red's contrasting is blue. So if you wash a shadow area with a little bit blue first, and then the red go on top, then it will almost makes like a purple color, right? But then that purple will look cooler and deeper than if you just did red, a darker red on red, if that makes sense. I did it on one painting. Yeah, so yeah. So that's kind of playing with the contrasting, what do you call it? Underpainting, overpainting. I guess that's underpainting. But anything that goes under to make another color look better. I consider that underpainting. Okay, so this is like underneath. I'm gonna add a little bit of blue here. I didn't like that blue. It had a little brown in it, so it looked muddy to me. Okay, and maybe a little bit here. So I'm doing the blue on top of that brown. I started the skin tone with the brown color watercolor, then later I add red, orange, and some dark brownish color pencil for the skin tone. Oh yeah, so your brown watercolor coloring is the underpainting, basically. It's a science itself. Color theory is so interesting. I wish I took color theory more seriously when I first started painting. I feel like I would have had less bad paintings. But now, I shared with you guys recently that I bought this handy dandy color wheel. So I reference it. I also think I should study color theory too. All the color theory classes I took in school, I feel like I just never like truly understood it until I started actually painting and experimenting, and then sometimes I had to be like reminded by others, like, oh, did you do this and this? I was like, oh yeah, shit, color painting, color theory. I probably should do that. So now see, I'm washing the blue on top of the brown now to cool some of these areas down. I'm trying really hard not to blend as I'm blending. See, I think I had the most trouble here. It was too wet here because every time I put color, oh here, too wet here. Every time I put a new color in, it just kept on getting spread. So just had to blotch that all away and let it dry completely. Still drying. Oh, I need the color wheel. Thanks for suggesting what to order next. Yeah, I got that on Amazon. I think it's cheaper on Temu because I saw the same thing on Temu for like $5. But I think I paid like $7, like $10 or something. So yeah, go on Temu. But yeah, I reference that thing a lot, actually, surprisingly. Especially now that I have it. Okay. This lamb face is kind of turning out harder than I thought. Pull this area down. So she. Does this look like a he or she to you? I think it looks like a he. Also, do lambs have gender differences in appearances? Some animals do. A little bit of cool tone on her nose, and then her snout is like round, I can imagine. Needs to be more dry. It's not like spreading too far. I don't want it to spread. I swear I love discovering new colors combination of palette. It's one of my favorite things about watercolor. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. I was like, I hate that because I'm always surprised by it. Then the self-doubt sets in. What's my favorite thing about watercolor? I think it's the texture of watercolor that's definitely most attractive to me. And discovering, I've been having, when I discover these new especially like doing shadows in that way, now that I have that color wheel, I discover new possibilities to push depth. And that's always the thing for me too, how to push the depth of watercolor. So that's been pretty awesome. Otherwise, watercolor can look pretty flat if you don't play with colors and textures. And I think that was like my biggest challenge in the beginning, is to overcome that flatness when you create art. These goat, are we coming together or what? So I'm just gonna keep on layering colors. I don't know why I'm having such trouble with the face. I joke it's probably because I never stared at the goat in the face, so everything probably looks weird to me. Let that dry. Is this already dry? No, it's not dry. What area is dry? This is dry. Okay, well, let's paint this area. lamb's inside of ears really pink. Oh shit. It's really pink, so I'm gonna use the same pink color I use for the flowers to pull the pink in. So good to see how you do this live. Thank you. I feel like I can definitely apply principle to portraits. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. And I almost sometimes feel like what's more useful is see the mistakes I make so you know that happens and how to fix it. I think I mentioned this on live before. Sometimes with watercolor, I feel like 30% of the time I'm just like trying to fix the oopsies that happened. So now I am layering a mid-tone color with this pink. And then I'm gonna do a darker red in the center part. But you see the pink, the red on pink can only take you so far. I was sharing earlier, the other trick I use to push the color is to use gouache mixed with watercolor. And now I am to go in with some blue. So you see this ear. I'm just gonna let that blend naturally. Now I have some blue. And then see if that kind of becoming purple in some areas. Maybe. Just very gently trying to blend it. I think I have faith that this is gonna blend on its own. Let's add some more blue so it goes further. See, the more I add in this corner, the more it's gonna spread. And then let's pull back, and now you can see the depth is way more than just red on pink, for example. Okay, I ordered 2 color wheels. Oh my god, you're fast. Did you order 2 that was slightly differently? I think I almost did that. I was like, this one has like hues like white, but the other one has like a little bit more option on other things, you know? Camera start shot. Okay. I just had to plug my camera in. It was running out of battery. Yes, you not regret ordering it because you're probably gonna use it more than you think, and it's gonna help you greatly. Okay, so there we have. Maybe I'll add a little bit of the red down here, maybe. What kind of art do you do mostly? For Goose a lot. They say you do digitally, but do you play with any other mediums? Or dry here. Nope, and now this is spreading, so that's okay. So now I'm gonna try to attempt, I'm gonna go on top with a little bit of that red mixed into a brown and blue. Some more red and blue, I guess. The common references, I do know free traditional art. Nice. And do you do acrylic or you kind of do different mediums as you feel like it? The goatee. I add a little bit of red to it to see if that's the color I like. I have color pencil, watercolor, noise awesome, acrylic. I love that. I never tried acrylic. I don't know, just like when I want to paint with paint, I use oil. And more recently, I've been just using watercolor. And then recently, I started using gouache, which I find that it works really well with the way I use watercolor, and it kind of satisfies that pushing paint around urge. So I'm kind of good with those two right now. I use color pencil on top of my watercolor very, very, very sparely, mostly just to correct mistakes. But especially on faces and stuff where brain fart faces where when I do eyes and nose, especially the nose, especially when it's so small, it's so easy to just mess it up. This color spreading right now, so I'm gonna push it down. This is just a clean brush with just clean water, but I notice the color's bleeding into the body, and I kind of like it, so I'm gonna push it down. So it's almost as if it's a cast shadow. Now I'm wondering if I should have washed my underpainting in the purple instead. But that's a little risky. I did just learn from another artist to wash the faces when you do portrait with purple, especially around like the nose, mouth area where there are a lot of shadows, and it looked great when she did it. Okay, this goat's fur is kind of hard. Now it's like I had to remind myself to not over blend this thing. It's too red. I want to cool that down. Really nervous to add darker colors on this thing. also, I think I'm realizing with these animal first, it's almost better when you do it very like irregularly. Otherwise, it just doesn't look right. I like that. Okay. I might add a little bit of green here later. So the stems like adding a little bit of shadow. I guess I'm committed to all these browns. So I'm just gonna have to keep going. See, when you can't help it, don't blend. It looks better. It looks like a wise girl telling a story. Oh, I like that too. Oh yeah, maybe it's like he's crying, she doesn't know what to do, and then the lamb was like telling a story, try to calm them down. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, I like that too. But I am going to leave that storytelling almost to you guys as a viewer, because now I had to like I set up the play, so to speak. I also love that about what art can do, right? Have you guys heard here that because interpretation art is so subjective, that every person, when they see a same painting, they all kind of feel differently. And I read that, like for artists, it's almost better to not over-explain your painting, just let the viewer make up their mind, which I am trying to be better at. I just sometimes I feel like I want to be clear. I want to clearly tell you guys what I'm doing so there's no confusion. But maybe that's not important. Maybe it's the meaning that you guys take away that's most important. This is a more philosophical, my philosophical thoughts I'm having now. Lights coming from the top. So this, her knees is already lit up. Very carefully layering colors to make this go. I'm feeling a lot less confident in my flowers. Because in flowers, I went pretty fast. But right now I'm just layering very faint and light color and keep in mind the cool and the warm tones, because I feel like if I don't be careful, it's gonna get really confusing, and then I'll ruin it. And then also on top is more details when I have a more distinct brush strokes, and some of the bottom is more gestural. I'm gonna need a drink after this or something. Like high anxiety work right now. So inside of the leg here can really be cool. When did I switch my blending brush? Just notice I'm holding a different brush than I thought I was. Oops. Also, with watercolor, I always tell myself before I'll get so mad when I mess something up. But I also, from my experience, learned that sometimes you just need to come back the next day. It'll look perfectly fine. So if you feel like you've ruined it or messed it up, I'm telling myself that right now. Just come back the next day. You'll be fine. And that has happened like so many times. Now that I feel much more confident. Like I call it the ugly girl phase. Every painting enters that phase, but it always come out of it triumphantly. So. Yeah, okay, let's leave that here. Okay, see, when I look into my thumbnail camera, I was like, okay, that's not bad. I also know that as artists, we judge our own work much more harshly than the artwork deserves. Also keep that in mind. I'm also just telling myself. Okay, so this is like a cheek, some furs potty hanging. I'm gonna do like a little jagged edge. And then it's like lamb, leg. Anybody had goat meat? I know I've had goat cheese. I don't think I've ever had goat meat. I'm not a big fan of lamb meat, but I know it's like a delicacy in a lot of countries. So this is like the leg, meaty part, maybe shadow. Lamb of God. Hello. Lamb of God. That's funny. I was like, oh no, does it look like a lamb? It's supposed to be a goat. No, maybe they don't look that different. It doesn't matter. Oh man, muttons do be tasty amazing. Muttons. Oh, isn't mutton like baby lamb, basically? Or they're like female lamb. I actually don't know. This is a goat. Goat. We're doing goats. I haven't tried it myself. Yeah, no goat memory. Goat cheese though. Which to be honest, I'm not a huge fan. Oh, I just added some red here, okay. Oh, okay. I guess it's still brown enough. So the light shiny legs. Too wet. Maybe let's make this orange. So I officially think that farm animals are probably very hard to paint for me. So I guess I'm glad I'm picking up this challenge. Wiggling my brush a little bit, trying to get that like the chunky fur feeling. I really want to be vegetarian because of these farm animals. So cute and innocent, but I love meat. My phone need more Animal Planet. It's okay, Orphix. In the beginning, I was totally had this realization. Was talking about I'm doing this painting, so I had to look up references, and I was like, wait a minute, lambs and goats are two different animals. Like they're like complete different species. Not like lamb is like a baby. Lamb is a baby sheep. But what's baby goat? Oh no, is mutton a baby goat? I don't know. Okay, I kind of like the body. It's a little messy, but maybe it's okay once it dries. I'm really nervous about the face because I feel like if I don't do this well, I really could ruin it. The face of any live thing is usually the most important part of the painting. If you're drawing a person's face in a painting, then our eyes go there first. In this case, your eyes are definitely going to lamb face first. And then I'm kind of regretting that I'm doing this last. I should have done this first. This goatee is starting to kind of separate from the face. Let's incorporate that back in. Maybe some shadow back in on top. I know, I don't think I ever even considered being a vegetarian. Apologizes for any vegetarians out there because I just love meat. But then meat is really just so bad for the environment. The whole process of raising meat, farm meat, it uses so much water, and it uses all this land. I don't know. Very conflicted. Baby goat is a kid. Oh, yes. Trevor, thank you. Oh, okay. Whoa. I'm having a total epiphany moment. So I used to be a shoe designer, and in doing shoes, you are working with a lot of leathers, right? And in leather, there's kid skin, which is like this buttery. Okay. Kid skin. Isn't that messed up? I know animals do their hides. So there's lamb skin, which is like this really buttery, feel leather, but there's kid skin, which is even more expensive because it has like smaller pores than the lamb skin. Oh, so kid skin is actually a baby goat. So you have kid skin, lamb skin, and the calf skin. Calf skin is like the leather that has a little bit of fur on it. It used to be pony fur, but now it's calf fur, which is, I guess, I don't know if that's any better. Let's try lab-grown chicken. Grown chicken, what? Does it taste like chicken? But yeah, okay, so Kid, thank you, Trevor. So Kid is a baby goat, which is not the same as lamb. So for all you city folks out there, I hope you had a lesson in farm animals today. I gotta keep my animals straight today. I want to say that it might be different now that the US kind of like banned lab-grown meat because of the lobbyists we have, the farm lobbyists we have, which is really messed up. But I hope they change that. Okay, we're gonna do the face, and then I think we're gonna call it a day today. We did pretty good. We made most of the painting happen. Not as far as I wanted, but I think I should be able to finish it this week. And then next week we're gonna do monkeys. Crazy monkeys. I have no idea. But I did mention that I found a tutorial, so I'm gonna watch that first and then go live. This is what we called, what's that saying? Building an airplane while flying it. Yes. I think I will be truly okay with eating lab-grown meat, because I feel like that's like truly the best case scenario, right? It's like it's not a real animal, you're still getting meat. And then all the farmers just need to go work for the labs that grow meat. I know I'm probably gonna get canceled for saying that. I'm sure it's not that easy. No, I don't want animals to be killed just like them. I know. Just like, I'm Chinese, I'm Asian, so like eating octopus is a huge part of our culture. But then you just learn like they're actually really smart animals, and now I just can't do it anymore. It like made the news, but there's like a YouTube channel of someone who tried to teach an octopus how to play piano, I think, and he recorded the whole thing, and it was really awesome to watch. I don't know, not gonna lie, I kind of want a pet octopus, but the maintenance, you need a saltwater tank, and the maintenance of that is just, it's just not doable. But apparently they escape the tank, they come out to play at nighttime and stuff, and they're like really playful animals. My farm is only gonna have cows and the milk, chickens for the eggs, sheep for the wool. That's all. That's awesome. I think I'll be fine with just eating eggs for my protein, to be honest. I love eggs, and you can make so much stuff with it. It looks so weird that these eyes are not colored in, but I'm slowly going in with darker shades. She looks like she has like a smoky eyeshadow right now. I think the ear area is actually my favorite area so far. So her eyes is this way. Her nose. So they kind of make a triangle, like the eyes and the nose. I'm pointing out. Because I was drawing it. It looks so good. Looks like he's crying. Why? I've had free burger certified. I haven't seen lab meat yet. Yeah, there's like a whole startup in the US that's doing it right now, and I think they're probably working out see which lobby has more money, I guess. But I think in the US, or maybe just globally, the biggest issue with meat is like the feed that the farmers had to grow for them. I love that because it's good we're talking about this very real environmental issue. Like they eat so much like grass or whatever feed them that the feed, growing that feed is what takes up the most amount of resources. And I recently learned apparently like in the US we use all this water, grow all this feed, and then we ship it to Middle East for their cow growing and whatnot. So basically, like, I don't know, it's a lot of water they use to grow those things. And especially when we're in droughts all the time, that's probably not the best. But that is borderline a political issue now. I have no idea what will be the right thing to do. And also, I guess the methane gas that they produce. Maybe lamb's more sustainable because it's smaller, but I know cows for sure. There's a lot of methane gas that they produce from their farts and poops. I glaze these two horns, but I'm going with this brown that's mixed with blue. Okay, here we go. Now we look like a goat. Here we go. Goat is happening. Top edge just probably has a light shine on it, so I'm not gonna try not to paint that at least. And the hairs at the bottom. Here. So their ear is kind of getting lost here, huh? Some of the yellow back. So I noticed that with this lamp, because the base is white, so I'm trying to add all these colors to bring up the shadow and darkness and whatnot. I think in this situation, not blending is better. Because the white is such a clean canvas that you should just stop it. Okay. Okay, it's starting to look better. It's starting to look like we're approaching the finish Get a little bit more yellow of that ochre mustard yellow on the cheek. We'll be getting American meat in Australia soon. Oh, do you not already get American meat in Australia? I'm actually surprised. It's like I thought, I think Australia has like really good meat, right? I'm thinking there's this thing called Australian Wagyu, which is like cheaper than Kobe Wagyu, but like not that much worse. Okay. Oh, I like this part actually. Let's make her lips redder. Mix some blue to that red. It's too red. Okay, that's cute. Ooh, even red nose. Not to be mistaken with Rudolph, I guess. But lambs do have a little pink nose like cats. Shadow here, I think. We supply US McDonald's apparently, I think. New trade deal. Oh. That is interesting. I had to look that up. Bill, I want to say that Americans get their meat from South America. Oh man, that's funny. Okay. I'll add a little bit of pink to this area. Maybe a little bit more on the goatee here. I'm gonna draw in the eyes just very faintly so you guys can see what it looks like. But I'm probably gonna go over the eyes at the very end with a really dark color. Okay, I am so tired. We're getting there. But I'm happy with how far we've gotten with this painting, actually. Macy's, this American treasure. I love the playlist, so chill. Thank you. I have 3 playlists of like this lo-fi chill music for my live stream, so I switch them around. Okay. Holy stalling. Oh my gosh, where's the eyes? Can we see my pencil line? I kind of imagine like people be, doing work or studying, listening to this, watching my live stream and listening to this music. It's like still slightly upbeat, that it's not like spa music that'll push you to sleep. Okay. Right now it's like very drawn in. Let's rough that up. I did mention that I kind of give her like a very human eyes. See how big a difference it makes when I draw in the eyes versus a second ago when it didn't have the eyes? It's like suddenly this go is alive. I'm drawing some of that lashes on top. It's almost too human-like. I noticed with my horse, I did like there's like upper lid, lower lid. When I draw that in, it looked way better. Her other eye is kind of showing, but not. A little bit nauseous. Oh, wow, that's actually made a huge difference. Just that like tiny dots. A little bit of brown here with his hair. Must leave eyes last even digital. I know, something about it. I feel like once the ice is in, it's like it's final. You just like you're stuck. But I feel like my body is in a pretty good place. I'm okay with leaving ice in. But now that the eye is in, now that eye is in, I suddenly feel like I need to add more details to the rest of it. Oh, she's pretty cute. I think we need a little bit more shadow on this area. Okay, last thing, then I'll let you guys go. You see, I just put down a block of color and then we're using a brush to kind of like fan out the edges. This is also another way to blend. Maybe not here. Okay, I think that's better. All right, we did it. This is my first wash of this painting. It turned out way better than I was afraid that it wasn't going to be. It looks great actually. And I was just saying that because now I drew in the eye, suddenly I feel like the face needs to be darker this area, and then I probably need to push the darkness on the lamp somewhat because now like this pops out so much, it almost doesn't feel like it's part of it. Or how do I explain? It's popping out too much that I want the surrounding to incorporate with the eyes a little bit more. But I think her face is quite pretty. It's a beautiful face, beautiful goat face. Did I say lamb? Oops, goat, goatee. It's a boy. And then we didn't get to the orbits, but I'll probably finish that. I'm glad we had a little glimpse of how to do underpainting because this is all basically done with underpainting. I should probably do like a more legit underpainting one day. And the carnations were really hard to do. You guys saw me struggle through it. Now I probably need to go back to do my second washes. And I think I'm gonna do dry on wet on dry for the second painting, just so there's more crisp shadows and whatnot. But I think this painting looks is shaping out to be great. All right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me for the past 4.5 hours. Wow, that went by, that flew by. Thank you so much for watching. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, follow, repost, whatever you're comfortable with. And I will be finishing this up off the screen. And then we'll do monkey next week because that's a rotation. After horse is lamb, is goat. After horse is goat, and after goat is monkey. So we'll see how that monkey shapes out. All right. Same place, same time next week, Wednesday. And you guys have a great rest of the day and rest of the week. All right. Bye, guys.